Start some coffee. I'll be back in just 1 second. I closed chat. Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. We're doing more noodle bullshit, so because I really should have been timing these from the start. Look at that. 959 milliseconds for both of these. We are way over budget when it comes to performance. So we need to get in there. So right now I've been working in this big graph. I think we're going to try to take this and split it up. Or no, let's just make a backup again. We'll do V10. We're just gonna focus on streamlining this one. Now, what it really is it's these repeat nodes. They're great, they're useful, but they do seem quite a bit slower. Like this is only 1.8 milliseconds. But for X amount of islands, if we have 10 islands, then this one is actually 10 milliseconds, or 100 islands. The more islands we add, the slower that node gets, I would assume. Let's see, it's all fucked up. Bam. There we go. So today is just optimizing what we have. I like what we have. We need to make it faster. Faster, organized, streamlined. That's the goal here. Everything over here is pretty good. This might be a little bit slow. There's not much I can do about that. Pretty simple step. Split halls, fine. Again, these ones, nightmare. 1,000 milliseconds is crazy slow. Crazy slow. Okay. And we do it twice. So, okay, so we just want to focus on what's in here. This is what matters in here. I guess I don't, this one's fine. Seems pretty low level. 1 millisecond for each loop, that's fine. But by the time we get out of here, way too much. So something about something in here is slower than it says. 1 millisecond to go through this, that's fine. But 1 millisecond to go through what? To go through every single island. So if that's what it is. That's what's going on. Is that we already have them split into each island. Hello, Nog Violin. Welcome. We already split them there. So it's just the scaling of it. If we have less geometry, pretty easy. A lot of geometry, it gets really slow. What's up? Not much. We're just chilling. Actually, I got some coffee I'm gonna get. I missed your other live stream by 17 hours. You're totally fine. Well, I hope you're having a good start to your Thursday. Or for me, more noodles today, and hopefully it won't be as terrible. I just saw you live again. Hey, this is my job. What I do, I'm here. I live here. That's hot. Too hot. Too hot. Still on the makeup product. I mean, that's fine. That's just how it goes sometimes. I mean, I've been doing this project for 3 weeks now. Okay, so it's because we have to do it for each one. I have a feeling it's the delete. That's my guess, is that's why it's actually slow. This is pretty quick. Actually, no, this is the slowest thing here. But it will be worth it. It will be worth it. So you're like aiming an animation with it, making an animation. So usually I'm making VR chat avatars, and that's really what this is for. So my goal is to be able to make these hair strands, so you can kind of see the geometry here that we've made. And when we make it, we can make hair cards. And so this way I could, when I want to make hair for a character, I can model a mesh and bake it out. So it's purely a workflow kind of thing. The goal is to be able to make better looking hair faster. Oh, you're fine. You are totally fine. Geometry. So just to clarify, this is a repeat in a repeat, which means that this is probably the most likely candidate for why it's slow. It's not that much slower, but out of everything, it's slower. And then just the repeat node itself. But I cannot even make hair. Haha. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's really just boxes. Tapered boxes or cylinders. Guessing this is the one that's slow. To separate geometry, because we pull it apart. We do need to do that. Boxes? Yeah, pretty much. Everything's a box. Everything's a box. What version of Blender are you using? I'm in 4.1, but that's why I'm making this system, because look, it is a box. See? These are all boxes right here. And then they make the strands inside of them. And then if you wanted to make a like a stylized chunk of hair, box. Box. You know, it may be a tall box, but it's just a box at the end of the day. Try to model hair instead, but it doesn't look nice. Modeling hair is you're actually exercising your skill as a barber, a hairstylist, and that many times is a skill that most 3D modelers are new to. What if this was already separated? Or how can I use the mesh island without separating? Capture the attribute position. What exactly is this one doing again? Right, this is the one that gets the two strands and it moves the strand between the actual interpolator. And honestly, I think this one's probably fine. Let me do some testing. If we go into split hulls, it's the manifold creator, the shell creator. What happens if I just cut this off? How much faster is it overall? Crazy slow. Okay. Give some tips. Be a good friend. I do teach classes, so you're always welcome to hop into those. But really, reference. Look, that's the core thing for art. Look at a hairstyle you want to make and look at it really closely. Well, I guess came to say hi, and now I'm saying bye, but I did more than that saying hi. Well, enjoy your day, Nog Violin. Thanks for coming by. We'll catch you later. I'll be streaming tomorrow, and then it's the weekend, baby. Then it's the weekend. Okay, this didn't really seem to make much of a difference here. So bye, Nog Violin. This one's fast though. This one is fast. I'm not, or it's faster. The main issue isn't here. Again, it's 1,000 by the time it comes out of here. This is really fast. I can't imagine any of this is fast, so it has to be in here. This is the one. Well, again, part of it is how many times it does it. You know, 1.1 milliseconds isn't too bad on its own. It just happens to be doing it an insane amount of times because we're going into this repeat node. So I'm going to go to ChatGPT and I want to understand better how to perform operations on specific pieces of mesh. For example, mesh islands. Currently, I am using separate geometry or deleting geometry in order to isolate pieces I want to work on. Without using separate or delete. One viewer insane. And I'm about to ban that one. Shut your mouth for us, Brian, or get out of here. Without using separate or delete. How do I? Work on the islands. Let's try that. Attribute compare. These seem old. Those are old nodes. No good. No good. So I need attribute compare. I don't think there is such a node. But we can compare attributes, obviously. That's basically what we're doing here. We have a stat. Excellent. Moving it over is, yeah, it's still 1000 there. That's no good. Oops, going twice down here. So we're making a comparison right here. That's fine. And heat, join. I have a feeling it's just the act of using these repeat nodes in and of itself that is the slow part. Or at least, the very least, it always, what it does is it makes it a question. Like, what is actually the performance of this? We can kind of judge it outside of this. So here, again, we can see we've got this performance here. And that's okay for us to understand. I mean, this number is not okay. You don't want that. And again, the issue really isn't, like if I go, let's close this one. Let's close Einstein. I'm going to go to hair testing over here. And if we're looking at this one, I'm assuming these speeds look very different. Yeah, just 10 milliseconds. Gotcha. So the biggest issue right now, I mean, it's still too much. But it wasn't that slow earlier, I guess because I doubled this with the UV sampler. So, I mean, okay, we can at least cut the performance in half if we could get rid of this mesh interpolator. And the reason I'm splitting it into two, the reason I do this twice, is because in this one, I'm laying it out flat. Here, these here. Take it and I position it so everything's laid out flat. And I think that's okay. But it is slow to do it twice. That's certainly an issue. So let's think. If I were to, oh, this is the wrong one. Wait, yeah, V10. I were to move it around so that I don't have to do this, because we already do it once. Why do I need to do it twice? And then we transfer the position. Seems pretty slow. What I want to be able to do is just get the UV position data. So there's two options that I'm seeing. First is we can what we can do is we can try to interpolate the UV positions among the strands. So interpolate UV positions. Because we actually basically have that logic already. We have the two strands and we move between them. We can do that in physical space, but there's actually no difference between that and moving it through UV space. We can still do that same operation. So I think what we're going to do is get rid of our sampler here. Just going to go ahead, delete this, and then upgrade this one, B3. Because we're going to try to put that interpolation into here. Because if we go side, so what is this doing in here? This is giving us our split island index. So we are let me write this in. split island oh, cool. They do have times for the whole thing. Okay, that's good. So this is the island flare. um, say split island operator. I like that better because that's more descriptive. We have each split island and we're doing an operation on that each island. Okay. And then in here, this is where we're actually doing the interpolating. Interpolating. So right here, we're doing it for index and position. So this is based on the we'll go ahead and frame that as well. And we're going to call this what do we call this? What this is doing is it's taking that one strand and it's moving it close to the other one. So it takes, so in 3D space, it's taking the one here. Oh, I can't see that for some reason. It's taking this and it's moving it along the axis. So this is what's giving us the information about where to position. So that's what we'll call it. Strand positioner. Strand position. Interpolated strand position. So that's what we're getting there. We have the two strands already, and we're going, where in between it should it be? That's what it's figuring out. Now the thing is we're doing that with position. We can also do that with the UV position. We should also be able to do it with the UV position. It should basically be the same thing, where instead of blending, we still use the index. We still go, I need this chunk. The only difference is we're just using, again, that UV position. This should be swapped with the UV position. And then instead of setting the position, what we're doing is capturing we're setting the named attribute UV map. That should work. Now, we don't have to do another operation. We should just be able to put it right here. We are just going to straight up take this, copy it, and paste it. We're going to replace the position with the named attribute UV map. We're going to plug this into here. And then I don't need to capture it because I'm extracting it right here. This is the UV map attribute. But we are going to store it Let me back up 1 second. So if I go up here, initially we were setting the position, and I'm assuming, yes, we were storing it right here. So I'm going to copy that, dissolve it, UV position. So now that's getting put into here when we actually interpolate it. This is what's going here. And you know what? I take that back. Let's use the capture node again, because we need to know that it's coming from this chunk of geometry, because we're sampling the index of this one as well, right here. Okay. And then this attribute goes right here. All right. So theoretically, it's working now. I don't have a good image to test on the test here, but I do have my punk character. It's fucking working. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, that's awesome. Let me just double check by simply passing this along without it. It's the same. It's the same because we are not using the latest one. We're using version 9. We need to use version 10. Okay, busted here. Darn. Now we know we have the attribute. If I pass this along this way. Interesting. I know we have the position. Let me just kind of play around with this here. All right, so we are getting something. Clearly it's getting passed through on some level. Mixing it. That's interesting. Mixing it. We need to mix it with the same factor here. This one is actually the same factor. We definitely need that there, even if it's not working right now. Wish we had a better way to visualize this. Moving it through. No, we're grabbing the named attribute. Let's look at stats. So I'm gonna click store. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, back to my test. Bring back my test. Okay. Clicking store or stats viewer. We can see we are setting UV position, but it's all 0 here. What about if we go to the named attribute, or here, capture attribute? Face corner. Oh. Face corner. No, it's point. No, it is a face corner attribute. Here. So it just doesn't exist for these at this point. There is no UV map value to use because it's all stored in the face corners. Interesting. Now if I go over here, again, face corners. So I have to go back to when we actually have face corners. Funny phrase right here. Okay. So here, then we delete geometry. We still have the face corners here. We don't have them coming out. So we should have them at the very start when they first come in right here. Because of course we delete the geometry right there. So we need to actually put this capture attribute way over here. Yeah, so let me dissolve that. Get rid of the viewer for now. Flames Editor 121. I learned how to make VRM to Blender, put in Unity, and make them into VR chat model. Let's go. Let's go, Flames. That's awesome. That's awesome. Kicking butt. A butt kicker, if you will. That's really good to hear. Float point, we want, or no, vector. This one. And then this attribute gets to go all the way over here. Now, when we view, there's nothing to view. Why is that? UV position. Okay. That looks pretty good. Let me look at that again. UV position. They're not all the same here. Should be good. That actually is a huge good sign. All right, so let me save that. Turn off this one, go back to the punk. Ooh, interesting. How do I add fizz to the hairs and items on the model? Fizz bones. So you want to look up VR chat fizz bones. That's really that's where the meat and potatoes of it is. I'll send this to you right here. Boom. But you do that in Unity. So it's a component you add to your character, and yeah, but that's the documentation there. Interesting positioning, though. Definitely not quite what I would expect to be seeing here. So we captured it on one point. It's a vector on uniform. And that's definitely not what we were seeing earlier. If I switch it back to the version 9, this is what we want to see. This is what we want to see. Okay. So the goal was to get the positions, which we do, capture them. There's no other time to get them. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Add that back to hair testing. Face corner has UV map. UV map is good. They're all different, but are they that different at the end? I go to here, UV position. They all look pretty different. Those are all zeroed out. But they may not actually be UV mapped. No, they're not, because they must be the sideburns. So, okay. There's no sideburns here. Okay, so that was the first attempt at doing this. Optimizing this is taking and trying to interpolate the UV positions, which did not work super well. It's funny because I would expect it to be somewhat similar. So when we start here and we look at the face corner, we have UV map. Everything's looking pretty good. We do have some doubling up. Maybe that's what it is, because we're transferring it. I mean, it should be pretty similar because we have the points. Initially, it was stored in the face corners, but now it's stored in the points. So it really should basically be the same thing. Unless face corners, there's 24 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means, okay, interesting. So that means per face, we have 4 points. Fascinating. I'll have to step out in just a moment. Okay, but when we transfer this, that must mean we are definitely losing information. Definitely losing information because, for example, this one, well, I mean, it should roughly be the same. Now, if we're looking at this, they are paired up. Like these are the same. So I'm assuming 9, 10. Let's just look at the actual indices. Again. Tab. Well, I'd love to be able to see the indices, but I guess I can't. Whatever. I'm assuming these are the same. These are the same, so I shouldn't be too worried. It is stored in face corners, but I mean, that's clearly getting doubled up. And yeah, see, we can see the pairs here, pair there. Okay, so we actually shouldn't be losing too much information. No more than we would normally have. Now, if I take the geometry and rotate it, nothing changes because it's not based off this position, it's based off the UV position. Oh, that's cool. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Why wasn't it showing it before? 0.743, 9. Nine, 3, 2, right there. Okay. In fact, these are the same. Is it the same? Should they be the same? These are not the same indices because they get reordered. So, yeah, 0.74 for all of them. That doesn't seem right. Because if we look at the UV map here, oh, maybe it totally is right. I'm gonna lose my UV maps for these guys. Maybe this guy. Oh, he was never mapped. Oh, well, I definitely can't judge it off of this one then. They were never mapped. And straighten. Okay, well that will give me a better idea of what's actually going on. These should have had a lot more variation on their values here, and now we can definitely see it because they should line up. This edge should line up, and it does because it's straight on the UV map. And then these ones are descending. Same here, lines up. Okay, good. All right, now we can get a better, clearer understanding. I'm just gonna get rid of this now. Join. All right, and we still see the pairs, which again, for face corners, yeah, they should have pairs because they are literally touching and they have the same UV position. Makes sense. It really doesn't even need to be stored in face corners. No, actually, okay, I see why it's stored in face corners, because you can have the same, you can have it split. That makes sense. Okay. Just to refresh my memory, punk character should look like this, but we get this. I'm just going to turn this on. Take these, or actually take select objects, move you back a little. Should be able to grab the geometry. Why can't I move it? So, shouldn't be snapped in place. Oh, it's the cloth modifier. Boom, boom. Okay. Now we can move that back, and I can just visually verify if it's working or not. All right. Let's get rid of our viewer. Delete. Right here. So this is capturing that attribute. Where is it going? Why is it going? Oh, it's the viewer. It's going here. Now, storing it, but on this mix, we're sampling. Oh, duh, of course. That's the issue right there. Here we've captured it. And we captured before we're splitting, but we do need to actually stick this down here. Oh! And we did it. Okay, we were just missing the input. Okay, that's good. Okay, so now we've made it simpler, do the interpolation, and it should be, our whole graph should be faster now because we've cut out one whole chunk of stuff. So that's really good. Okay, much simpler. All right. Still feels pretty slow to move around, especially when we go with Einstein. Hello, Colin Wiley. Welcome. Welcome. Still pretty slow, but faster. Faster. So what we want to do now is getting into seeing if we can change this number because it's still gigantic. It's still too much. We do not want that much. We want a lot less. I was on the edge of my seat with the UV data problem. Carry on. It is definitely the most engrossing. But we're slowly learning. Brain getting bigger. Big brain. Okay, so the strand mesh interpolator here, still at 12 milliseconds through the whole thing, which is a long time, very long time. And I'm assuming that's because it's 1 millisecond, roughly, per island. So if we have 12 islands, which that's right on the money there, 4, 8, 10, basically. Then again, it's either that this is really slow or that our repeat node is unnecessary. Because if right now I'm repeating it, I'm taking each chunk of mesh, splitting it, and then doing an operation on each of them one at a time. If I could instead do the operation on all of them at the same time in parallel, that would probably be the speed up I need. So I asked ChatGPT this earlier, and it just gave me a bunch of hallucinating garbage, but actually, no, that makes sense. We have the attribute compare. So instead of using, because this is really the problem, is that I delete it. I don't necessarily need to delete it. What I need to be able to do is be able to get the individual chunks over with like a mask. Okay, this is, and we do have that mask. This is for a hair physics sim on the Mohawk. We are making a system to create hair strands using mesh. So in Blender, usually most of the time you're using grooms to make hair, but I don't like that system. I think it's really bad. So instead, I'm making a system so you can model the hair strands by hand, and so you can make whatever type of cage or shape you want, and then it will make hair strands inside of it. So it still works with a lot of the default Blender stuff, but because it's using a mesh, we're able to do things like paint textures onto the mesh, which then get transferred to the hair strands, along with a lot of other cool things, cloth physics. I have my whole feature list, but we can UV bake it into hair cards easily. We've got the model. Now you can use standard modeling, vertex painting, UV painting, full material attributes. You can control any other attribute down the line with a vertex group too, which is also super useful. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about it. I think it's coming out very well. It's definitely hard though. It is definitely really hard. This is like my first time really sinking my teeth so deeply into some geometry nodes like this. But so far, this is too expensive. Right here, we have 12 milliseconds. This is really way too much, and it scales with the amount of strands. So we're trying to figure out for each little mesh island we make, how can we do it faster? Excuse me. And right now, we're feeding in each split island because we've already have them split. And then we're deleting the ones we don't need, which is probably a big part of the problem. We know for sure we don't want to use the repeat. We don't want to use the repeat node. So I think that we just get rid of it for now and solve our way out of this. Because the problem is we get something like that. We don't want. Super fun. I haven't dug into nodes yet. It's a lot of fun, but hurts your brain. Or hurts my brain. Hello, Arctic. Good morning. Welcome. And good morning, Val. Hello, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hope everyone's having a good day. We're still noodling, still getting into the noodles. I'll have to step outside in a moment. Just getting started, finishing this booth. Heck yeah. Ooh. Waiting for Elden Ring DLC to hit in a few hours. Good. That is good. Oh, so here we delete the edges. Fascinating. Deleting the edges. Oops. Oh, maybe I don't want that in there. I don't want that in there. Very happy we're able to interpolate the UV maps. That's really cool to me. Now here, this is interesting because I can put a field in here. Why do I need to use a repeat node if I have a field? Because I can just say something like for every field, separate it. But that's the issue here, is these don't give us a field. They don't export a field. Wait, I think that still works. It's just because geometry is kind of its own thing. I think. Go ahead and save this here. This. Interpolate UV position. So many extra points. I think we just got to go for it. I've already backed up this whole thing. I've already backed up the file a few times, so I should have multiple. And again, the whole point is to get rid of the repeat. Because I don't want to do it one at a time. I want to do it as a field. I want to just go through, do it all together. That's the point. Yes. Hello, James Errol. Welcome. Welcome back. Hello. we're struggling. Okay. So again, trying to get rid of the repeat nodes. Just do everything in parallel at once. All right. Now right here, we're separating the geometry. Interpolating the positions. So we're going to recreate quite a bit, but we'll definitely want to use a duplicate node. So we can separate it. Yes, that's what we want to do. Okay, so we separate it. We have the two strands. And on one of them, we're going to duplicate and move them closer. It's basically the repeat node. Should be a little bit faster. Fingers crossed. Take it. Separate it. The inverted is the one that we are sampling. Just going to change this a little bit because I'd rather have it look like this. I feel like that makes visually makes a little bit more sense because we save it, we need to sample it, but it's not coming back in until the very end. And those are these edges right here. Okay. Now these other ones, we have separated. And we need to derive how much it's mixed, how much the interpolation happens based on the duplicate. So we're going to take it, we're going to duplicate the elements. So now we are taking one of these edges, we're making a bunch of copies of it. So right now we'll use an integer to derive that. Okay, and then we need to set the position based on its current position here. Which we are. We have the duplicate. What we need to do is determine the factor. So we need to take the index. We're going to multiply it against this count, however many we have, divided against 1. Because if we have 3 strands, we want to know the spacing between them on a factor. How far should it go? What's the range? So we have 6, then 1 divided by 6 is how many increments we have in that range. And then based on the index, We multiply that value together to get how far it should go, and that should be our factor. Should be. And then we set the position and join it back in. Not quite. Let me push this right here. Interesting. Duplicating. What are we duplicating then? We have our geometry here. We have our geo. Make sure I've got this selected behind this one. So we're just looking here. I kicked out of the node tree I was in. So pen. All right. So here we capture the attribute, which is the UV space. Then we delete. We're left with the strands. Can't see shit. I have to go to the geo, open this, then turn off. I do have them turned off. I would like to not see them anymore. Why? Okay, that must be because I'm just selecting them. Anyway, so now, one at a time, we separate them. Ah, okay. Here. We separate the geometry. So we're only separating one right now. That's the issue. We don't want just one. There's nothing we can do with that. Okay, make sure we're also duplicating the edge. Joining it back together. All right, interesting stuff. Separate, then we duplicate. We can see we have a bunch of islands now. We go from one edge joined to these ones. Good. But we want to do this as a field. So when we grab our selection of separating out the geometry, let me geometry. So the same here, it's just a field. That might work a little bit better than the it works the same. Take one. Quite a few. Separate one island. It's just a single. So I don't want that island. I want named attribute. Split island. Yes. Then we separate again. Or no, at this point, I have that one. deleted the geometry. Not split island, just island index. Because that way, split island, yeah. We have the 2. And then we split again. This one's based off the island index. Yeah. So we do this. We got one or the other. Okay, that's what we're looking for. All right. Okay, so now I think we've got kind of what we're looking for now. We first separate it so we have just the column or just the strip, and then we grab each side of it and we're going to make the ones in between, which is somewhat happening, but it's a little busted. I would really like to not see these anymore. That would be amazing. There we go. Okay. Attribute text. We'll come back to that. Now, so again, at this point, I have just the one group, which I believe is ordered properly. Yes, it's descending. That's what we want. And then if I go to the other one, we can see that, yes, it's in order, also descending. So when we sample the index for the points and mix it with the duplicates, we're doing all of them at once. So we need to set the position based on the duplicate index. Something like that. This is why I was using the repeat node at first, because then I can know which one I'm dealing with at that moment. So I need to be able to figure out what duplicate am I dealing with at the moment. Which one is it? Because when I take this geometry and I put it in here, that's too much. So I need to separate it again based on the index. But I want to do it for each of these. So I need to be able to do it for each of these. Boom, boom, boom. But now I just feed in all the duplicates. Okay, I think that's okay because if I made this part the repeat node, not the actual geometry duplicating, that's fine with me. That should be a lot faster because I'm just taking attributes and I'm moving positions. I'm not deleting anything. I'm not duplicating anything. That should be okay. Um, let's just do just one. One's there, and this other one should be in the middle. So this one is getting broken up. Um, I'm not going to change anything in here, so I think we will just try to tidy this up and encapsulate it so that I can think about this a little bit easier. So what are the things we need? We need the factor, geometry that we're feeding in, and the UVs. The two geometries we're feeding in. We need, and then we output a interpolated piece of geometry. Yeah. Okay. So all of this put into its own thing. 3 geometries? What? 3 geometries. Should just be 2. Oh, here. So in here, let's move this. So we'll call the first geometry, it's an output, right? Yeah. So the first geometry input is the geo to interpolate. And this one is the static geo. And then the output is the interpolated geometry. Okay. This first input here is the UV position. This other one is the interpolate factor. And static geo can go up here. Okay. So everything in here seems pretty good. So we go out here and we can think about this just a little bit easier. We'll call this position. I really should have broken up the other two. I'm going to back up a second. So this one's its own thing. Everything in here. We take in a factor. I don't need to pass it along because this will go over here as well on its own. Everything in here. We just capture we interpolate the UV position. Control G. And again, it'll be very similar to both of these, but we'll say geometry output because we're not actually doing any editing the geo for the most part. UV position. Factor. The input is the static geo. And this will be the interpolate geometry. Okay. And again, this one, what it does is this interpolate UV position. Good. And this one literally interpolates the actual position. Same thing. So we have the interpolate geometry and the static geometry and the factor. Okay, so as long as these two pieces are the same, we can interpolate the position between them. Nice. All right. Good God. My brain. Interpolate position. Position. Between matching meshes. Between it won't work on anything else. All right, so that's very fast, 0.1 milliseconds. Very good. We don't need it to be any faster than that. That is what we want. Okay. Now the thing is, we want to do this for each of our duplicates. So for each duplicate, we interpolate it. Right now, I'm gonna stand up. Gonna stand up. I'll put on my shoe. We're just doing it for the single one. And we know it's working for this one because if I turn it off, we don't see it at all. Not duplicating it, just got original duplicate. It's getting interpolated to a factor of 0. So it's correct, except that it's not. Interesting. We can see that it is actually getting broken apart. would that be? Something about my separations. Well, initially, I was separating by mesh island. Here, we have all our geometry. We delete it into this. And then I would like to get just I think I had it right with both those separates. First, we want the named attribute split island index. I think that's it. Or no, and then of course done. Then we actually separate by mesh island. Now, yeah, we should have just At least I can always fall back to a version that is already working. Never! This should, I don't understand why it's not working, because got our island index, which is great. So we split it based on that, right? And again, I really should have a comparison here. Yes, okay, that's what's missing. It's that I'm not actually comparing anything. So first, we take one of the islands. No, we don't even need to do that. Just need split island. We just need one column, because we have many columns we choose from. And we need to do this for all of them. Good, okay, much simpler. Then we separate it. We separate it again. Then we take from that let me think. So now we're separating. I think I actually want to delete as I want to be able to do a field. I want to be able to do this for all of them. And we separate. Inverted goes here. Okay. I think that's better. That's better. All right. This selection is the mesh island. So that way we just get this one or that one. Okay. Good. Good. And then at the end of this, we have none because we're duplicating none. Okay. Good. Didn't change anything, but whatever. So now, as we duplicate, we can know which duplicate we're using. Why do I need to? Oh yeah. Do this so it looks a little clearer. What's going on? Because we just need to reference the static geometry. And in fact, this is incorrect because this should be the static one, the one we're not moving. And this should be the interpolated one. Okay. Like most of my time, I'm just rearranging these points. All right. So this is the geometry we want to interpolate. We want to do this multiple times. And then at the end, we output all the different little pieces that we've made. So what actually goes in? Well, we take our duplicate okay, two things. We need to count. So we'll take an integer here. Take our repeat node and we'll call it. Oh, wrong thing. Count. And this goes over an integer. And it goes over here. Every time we loop through, we just add one to it. This is how we know what we're at. Okay. Now I'm either deleting it before I pass it into here, or I'm deleting it when I pass it. I don't want to delete it. So we'll delete the geometry that is pair not equal this is what we pass in to interpolate. The iteration is how many duplicates we have. Things happening. Because we have no factor. But do I even need to duplicate at this point? Because I can just sample that original geometry as many times as I want. There's no reason to do that. No reason to duplicate it. If I'm using the repeat node, there's definitely no reason. All I need to do is separate it, pass it into the interpolate. Reference the static geometry. I'm going to do like this because, again, it just makes more sense visually. So we're just referencing it. It's kind of out of the way. Need to look at it. All right, so. Ooh. Then the factor is the increment, which we've made, which is 1 divided by how many times we're going through, multiplied by count. It's a factor for here, and it's a factor for here. And we do that every time. Okay. So why am I not seeing anything? Should be seeing something now. We are getting the duplicates. We are making duplicates. They don't seem to be moving though. Fine. So here we have that side and this side. And so again, we're taking this one. This is our selection. We're interpolating the UV position, and then we're interpolating the actual position. And each time we do that, we collect them, and then at the very end, we pass it back out. We should be seeing quite a few strands, but we're not. Let's just play with the factor here. We should at least see the position moving by doing that. Oh, wait, no. I'm not passing it in there. Just taking it from start here. And we can see each one. UV positions kind of unimportant to here. Got the right island. We know we're making duplicates, so something's wrong in here. Factor to mix them. We've got the interpolated geo, its original position. We've got the position of our static geometry, the one we're moving to. And we're setting that position. We know we can see these duplicates moving right there. So it must be our factor. And about the factor. Sampling. Show me this geometry. Got positions. All the positions look pretty good to me. Positions there. These are the same. These are the exact same. They should have different positions. Why are they the same? Are they the same here? Huh. It shouldn't be moving. We have the geometry that we're outputting, which is the wrong geometry. We need to be outputting store, yeah. We need to be outputting Yeah, these are mixed up. So static goes here. This one gets passed out. There we go. Okay. There we go. All right. Now we can interpolate each chunk. Oh, good stuff. Let me put on my shoes. Oh. That was my pupil of the Dragon Fist. Hello, Hanma. Welcome. We're doing good. We're doing good. I'll have to step out in just a moment. But we're surviving. Extra grip for the roundhouse kick. Exactly. Gotta hit him with my grippers. Sorry for the noise. We're still working on our hair stuff. Slowly, we're optimizing now. Or hopefully we're optimizing. I don't think this made much difference. In fact, I'm pretty sure I just recreated exactly what I had before. But it is more organized, so that's good. Made a gumroad, by the way. Let's go. Nice. That's awesome. 1 millisecond. You need to make cool videos, though. That is the challenge. That is a challenge. I mean, you can just hop into VR chat and probably make some pretty good ones. I think what you were sending me before was working pretty well. Okay, but now we can do this. Very good. And instead of using this integer, we will use strand amount. Okay. Now the real difficulty, we're just doing this for just one right now. We need to do that for all of them. What's a good way to promote that kind of stuff? Jinxie. Jinxie, Gumroad itself can promote things for you. Also made jollof ramen, a rare species of ramen. Yeah, I would go to jinxie.com. It's a VR chat marketplace. They're pretty good about promoting stuff. I get a lot of my traffic from that. Oh, no problem. Okay. So for this, for any strand, take the geometry so what I don't want to do is this. This needs to be pulled out. And I need to be doing that beforehand. Delete geometry. It's using the named attribute island index. I'm going to split island index. And then we send it through this. I'm going to call it strand create. Naming convention's getting annoying. And then all right. This is tough. This is very tough. And then for each of these, we're going to do pretty much the same thing. Which is take the split island, we need to compare here. This way I can sample through all of them one at a time. The repeat node, yeah. I don't know how else to do that. I need someone to, some professional to review this. Yeah. We're going to do this for however many islands there are. Just here, Mesh Island. So this is assuming I'm just giving it like a hair ribbon. It's already been split. So yeah, we need attribute statistic. Here. This is the geometry we're sampling, and this is the statistic we want. And the max is +1. This is how many times we're going to go through this loop. But we need to count. just an integer. And we go through, we add 1 every time we loop through. That way we know which loop we're on. During that loop, we use that comparison to tell it which island we want. So in iteration 1, we get that one, 2, 3, we keep going. Guess what? We're going to do as many iterations as there are islands. Still really slow. Still super slow. Fuck. I suppose in some ways that's okay. Let me go up here and let's say on this, if we turn down the strand amount, funny. That's right. We're missing the corners. That makes sense, actually. Yeah. Strand amount 1 is the default. Then we get middles, etc. So 2 is probably the default on 1 for the whole thing. Gotta head off. Have a nice rest of your day. Sounds good, Arctic. We'll catch you later. Enjoy your day. I want to be done with this. I would like to be done with this. We're still at 9 milliseconds. Look at punk hair. Okay, we did speed things up. It's not as slow. That's still really a significant amount of time though. 408 milliseconds. Hmm. Hmm. Actually, oh, huh. No way. I've got it. Okay. So, so funny. Yeah, that should work fine. We're probably just gonna delete this whole strand creator. Strand creator equals useless. It's like a backup copy. Strand creator removal. There. So, so funny. When we split the hulls, we use this operation right here. What this does is it gives us a selection from top to bottom like this. And that alone is everything we need. We don't need to sample anymore. We don't need to do anything else. The only thing we might do is subdivide more beforehand to get more strands. But we do not need anything else after that. Just to confirm that, split hulls, I'm going to make split hulls V3. Got this, got that. This isn't going to look like anything. Well, I mean, that looks kind of cool. It's not what we're going for. These are the shells. I want those. Those are the scaled elements. Yeah, that's all I need. It's so funny. I don't need to split anything. What I need to do is delete edges that are not this. Very close. We're heading in the right direction. I gotta step outside. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back, everyone. Whew. My family came by for a quick visit, but they prefer not to be on camera. Um, all right, we have made our lives a lot easier by doing it this way. Much, much easier. And then we can just turn up those subdivision levels. Boom, boom, boom. Super easy. Okay. Wow, I really should have done that from the start. Really should have done that from the start, but that's okay. It's all learning curve, right? And yeah, now we're at 27 milliseconds. Still not crazy fast, but definitely faster. And now we don't even need our strand creator. That's a thing with like deep problems, long deep work. It's like you do something one way and then eventually you find the simpler way and then an even simpler way. All kind of streamlines after a while. But we did lose our UV position. So when we split this, what we need to do before we delete is just transfer our map over. So we'll capture, or we'll do a named, store named attribute from a named attribute, which will be our UV map. Like this, and we save that as UV position. Bada boom. Easy peasy, nothing to it. All right, funny. Okay. Okay, sorry to step away one more time, but I have to go to the restroom now. All right, I'm back again. Round two. Back round two. Okay, this is looking so much better. And it's way simpler. Um, I'm gonna microwave my cup. And I should be able to still put up the volume strands. Turn them up. That doesn't seem to be having any effect now. Which one is this? Yeah, we're on the right one. So why would it not be having any effect? Most likely our manifold check is busted. These should all have volume. They were before. So we were getting one. But not the full thing. Just points. Why would that be? Not that. Excuse me. Volume strand amount. Which we'll rename on this one. Let's hop into it. Group volume. Or let's say volume and layer. That makes more sense. It's not putting anything at all. Interesting. We go over here. We're separating. Gotcha. Solve that. Okay, that's not affecting it. But how we're separating it's definitely broken. Our selection should be oh, yeah, we're giving it the totally incorrect thing. I think it should just be this one. Storing it. Now we're going over here, and yeah, okay, now we can see the shells that we're making. Okay, good. Where'd my viewer node go? All right, so now we're making our thickness. We'll just say 2. Maybe even just 1's probably fine. 0? Oh, interesting. Strand amount has no effect now. which makes sense because we're not using strand amount in any way. I'm going to go ahead and actually just reuse it in our split halls for a subdivision amount. Move this up. We'll call this strand amount. One more layer. And now we can actually control the levels. Oh, the strand radius is ginormous. Eric, hello Kai, welcome. How you doing? We're making hair. That may seem clear to you, but just in case. Node thing any good? I love geometry nodes. Definitely a lot to learn, a lot to optimize. But I went from like I've now improved the performance like at least 100 times. So that's good for my system here. Or maybe it's a more reflection of how bad it used to be a second ago. But it's pretty cool. So if I go in here, you can see that we can do really cool things now. Like this here, what we're looking at, this is a texture. I can actually just straight up paint this. So I go to paint and I move this around. Like there's really cool things that we're able to do. And I think this will allow for very interesting workflows. So we can kind of just, do very interesting things. And then bake it out quite easily, which I think is the most exciting part. Excuse me. Because I can do things like set it to its UV position, UV coordinates, which is insanely useful. I should probably do it before the solidify. And it's low poly too, so that's neat. Exactly. It lets you work from a more natural, lets you work in a more natural way. Aye, that's hot. So who needs a mohawk? Well, we've got a mohawk. We got Einstein in here. Maybe. He's still quite laggy. I don't know if I upgraded him to my latest system. I did, but his strand amount is way too high. Like that. And it works with all the previous hair systems you might want to use if you're ever making hair. So, quite easy to work with. Very, very pleased with how it's coming out. But man, definitely difficult. So just playing around with then. I will be selling this. Right now we're optimizing, doing the workflow, seeing what we can do. But it's going to be awesome. Get some low poly, high detail hair maps. 100%. Exactly. And it'll be based on the hair you're making for your character. So I think there's a lot of power in that. I'll definitely more testing to do, but honestly, feels good. It's exciting. It's exciting to see it come together. A lot of work though. This is probably one of the hardest things I've ever made. One of the most difficult things I've ever made, I should say. A lot more cleanup to do though. It's definitely a little rough right now. The reason I switched it to this so I can't good sound. This one I can drop a group into. Why can't I do the same for this one? Because it's not a field for some reason. But I am very happy with the learning that's going on here for just figuring out all these different things. That's the best part, for sure. It's just going, oh, I get it now. I get it now. Took me a while, but I get it. This should work. Oh, of course. It's because on my hair, I have to actually assign groups. That's funny because I know that for some reason I do flip it already. Um, is it any different? Maybe it's because I'm doing this epsilon dealio. And here. Why not just use an integer? Okay. And just use an integer there. That works fine. I could always flip these too. All right, we'll do that. Strain amount vertex group is not something we can do anymore. Volume strand layers. I got rid of strain amount. I need to get rid of vertex group. That doesn't make a difference. Material. UV position we don't need. Vertex color name. All right, we're getting there. Slowly, slowly. Ravioli. What is this? Pulling the material. Okay. Interested to see what happens when we add our UV position. That's simply because we are not splitting the edges. Okay. Select similar scene. And then level weight. No reason to do it there, though. Well, I mean, I guess that's up to who's using it, but not really any reason. Yeah, look at that. See, we can automatically set it to be UV ready. When we want to bake, we have all our hair. Oh yeah, set it for baking. Ooh. Yeah, microwaving coffee definitely does change the. All right. Hair testing. Einstein's good. Oh, it's hair. I think every time I look at Einstein, I'm missing something else. Right. Because I have to do root. So I switched it to be an attribute. As it should be. As it should be. Very cool. What I'm very excited by is the ability to bake the ambient occlusion into like vertex colors or something on the character, on the hair. That's going to give it a level of realism. I think it'll be quite good. Oh, no, it crashed. No. I need to somehow default that to literally saying that. Is that possible? On my object here, default root. No, subtype. Attribute name used by default when the node group is used by John. Root. Okay. Okay, that's good. Nice. Okay, that works. Size difference in the heads here. Okay. Anything else? I'm sure there's more to do. It never seems to quite. I definitely can clean up a lot of this as well. Name. There's too much more to do here. At any point I can turn up the strand radius. Strand amount. Here's why this one's so much more dense. I think it's just the spacing, right? Yeah. I suppose I could. No. So this one's also float. Hmm. That manifold check is not working. One is no longer manifold. It still works. Or maybe it is. I suppose I don't know what manifold might mean in this context. If I rip this, then it definitely doesn't count. So it doesn't have to be closed on the tips. It just has to connect. So manifold means that it does the like circle, comes back around next to itself. Interesting. I think we're good. I'm not really sure what else to do. Cry? She did farted. I do know one thing I want to. So when I'm scaling the tips here on my mesh, we can see that it works pretty well for these shapes. But on my larger hair, punk hair, of course. Why did that crash? It's not the material, actually. So just for realistic hair, can you do that thick anime hair too? You should be able to do any kind of hair. Because it is just like the basis of the shape. You can continue to layer on as much stuff as you want, really. Like in here. I mean, this might qualify as like anime hair already, you know? Just a little bit of subdivision on there would probably be all you really need to kind of start a. You know, get it to look very anime. Oh, the lighting's so interesting. It's because it's perfect. Okay, you do these big, thick shells of hair. And then most importantly, you can do something like this. And you can add duplicate onto it. Something like that. You got this thick old clump. Lumpy. And then again, one of the cool parts is it's all physics. I take my geometry for the hair and move it around. All physics already. Still laggy because I'm moving the main object. If I had it attached to something with a constraint, look a lot better. Lappe, lappe hair. And now it's fast again, which I'm very pleased with. I was a little sad that when I woke up this morning to test this, it was like, oh no, everything's really freaking slow. What's going on? So that's what we spent the morning doing, was optimizing that. And you do have to make sure that your root is fully in. Shouldn't be rotating. Oh, that's not rotating, it's just a sorting issue. I think. Yeah, I mean, that's full value. shouldn't be swiveling like that. But again, I don't think that's actually the hair doing that. I think it's just sorting issue. It looks like they're moving. They're popping. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see any sort of popping on the base level. No. Okay, good. Stress myself out with thinking about that. I'm gonna do more changes. Flippy floppy. Okay. They're definitely popping in and out of existence. I don't think that's related to my system though. I think that's just the duplicate itself. Interesting that it's just this side mostly here. I wonder why. It really seems just some of them it really likes to pop around with. Again, I don't see that happening here, as I can tell. Could tell if I looked at the stats. And we hit play, and if the spline count changes at all. No. Flippy flappy. Flippy flappy. Okay. Product testing. Okay. Well, we're doing it though. Slowly but surely. I do want to take a closer look at the material attributes for the punk hair, because when we made it, what we used the material is we're actually taking the name oh actually we're not doing that at all. Well, we're not doing anything with it right now, but we were able to store the vertex colors. So we have the name. I wanted to add in here a vertex. No, Doesn't matter what it is. It's going to tell us. First, we get the attribute. This named attribute, which should be a color from you know what? Actually, do I have to do it that way? Can I just put an attribute in? So if I bring this back and I just say, yeah, we're looking to store this value. Whatever name you want and whatever value you want. I go to up layer. We take that value and we just stick it here. And you can go to the geometry and you could add whatever kind of value you want. Huh. Then I don't even need a name because I can get the name. Attribute. Named attribute. Or capture, surface store, removed, domain size. I guess we can't really figure out what the name of that is. But you can name it. And we'll say vertex color output name. Yeah, because we do need to give it a name. And then this one would be vertex color. So you could give it just a solid color, or you could plug in your own. So, for example, you have a material preview. I open the material. And let's say I'm just going to use color. Don't crash. This crashes. It always crashes. Oh. Okay, I think it's working actually. No, I haven't plugged it in yet. Don't crash. Don't do it. All right. Then I can just straight up change to whatever color I want. That is so laggy. Holy moly. Why is it that slow? Yeah, I mean, we do have this pretty high. I think we'll need a strand amount for render. That's super fast. So we need a strand amount viewport, strand amount render. Um, okay. Thankfully we can set these checks right at the beginning. Back to where are we? Where else are we using this in here? I don't want it to care about it inside the node. Just gonna do it in here. I don't need this anymore. No, I don't. I really don't need that. Let's just go up, delete this, resample curve. And curve goes in here, geometry comes out here, and then we'll do our check. What I do want is a node that I can do the viewport swap. So we'll do a switch. And the switch is viewport, and we'll do integers. Control G. And we'll call this viewport integer switch. Viewport switch integer. Because we're going to use it again. We have one here. And again, yeah, if it's false, so it's render, not the element. Let me rename this. So render. So here, for render, we plug it into the resample. Right. Take this, duplicate it, move it over here. And goes here. And so that way we can work with a really low amount, turn it up when we need to. Just say if strand amount viewport is 2, then strand amount render is amount of strands create in render. Resample amount, resample curve amount for the viewport. Okay. Name of the attribute to be used. Assign vertex color from original geometry and be used as a solid color or material to be assigned to thickness of the hair strands. Actual value divided by 1,000 or 100 or something. Volume strand amount, volume strand layer amount, amount of strand shells created for manifold islands. Vertex group at end of hair. Vertex group at start of hair. Target hair geometry collection. Okay, everything's nice and labeled now. Oh, 1111, make a wish. And now we're going to go through and name everything. So this will be store named attribute, vertex color. There. Material. Create. Strand. Random point. All right, nice and contain. Look at that, beautiful. Beautiful. And curve radius, please. Okay, so one thing I would like to look up, Blender, geometry nodes, hide unused. Control H. There we go. Much cleaner. I would rather do this. It's just then we don't have all these long cables going everywhere. Not a fan of that. So much nicer. Okay, and now we need to go in and start cleaning up each of these nodes. All right, surface attributes. Oh, we're storing it twice. That could be why I was crashing. Right, because it won't survive. Survive that. Probably why it's super laggy too. And we'll change the names now. Let me move this over. For the nodes, this will be the island attribute. Almost. Something I actually don't really use later. So it'll be vertex color. Hello, Snardom. How's the barber life treating you? You know, it's getting better now. It's getting better. We're just in the cleanup stage at the moment. Figured out some stuff, simplified some things. A little less insanity. Just a little, though. Just a little. But we're in the process of kind of just cleaning everything up. How's your day going? Hello, welcome. Now we're just going through naming things, simplifying things. Busy days, lots of class, having to process lots of exams. Probably will spend my time grading stuff all evening now. No Blender for me. No! That's definitely a bummer. One I can relate to more now. Now that I'm doing my own grading and teaching and stuff. The real hard part of geometry nodes, making sure your graphs look as good as possible. So now I can still assign color. And if I wanted to, I can go to the geometry. And say colors. Awesome. And I think it's going to crash a lot less. I'm doing things in the right order now. Okay, so now we are able to transfer the vertex colors to the material. Oh, Snardum, here's what I've been most excited about and what's taken up most of the day figuring out. Please work. Hopefully this works. If it doesn't work, I'm going to be sad. But I can now assign UV mapping to the material. It always crashes. GeoNodes always crashes my materials. I don't know what's up with that. I can't tell if that's me doing it wrong or that's just kind of what I should expect. There we go. But we can assign an actual painting. Simply blame myself mostly. If I turn this up. And it's pretty high quality too. I was very pleased with how that came out. Found out the right way to interpolate it. That's kind of cool. Got like an implied depth there. Anyway, happy with how that came out. Looks dope. Thank you. Yeah, adjusting the material seems to always crash it. It's so funny. I don't know. That's the most consistent thing that has crashed geometry nodes for me. What's the manifold check background area? Not the code, but the frame. So it's a repeat node. So I'm repeating the check for each island. And then it's also just in a flame, or in a frame too. It's in a frame, and then it's also a repeat node. So yeah, if I moved it out, it's just contained. Never use it like that, but I think, but nice to know there. It is pretty nice. I've been enjoying it. I think it's pretty easy to abuse the repeat node, so I have to really watch out there. But overall, it's been pretty good. Volume strand layers. Why not using that? Oh, yeah. We did make my whole graph here about 100 times faster this morning, which felt awesome. Did not feel awesome to figure out what was going wrong, but once we got it all working, that was a little bit better. Interesting. I'm separating right here. That's why my manifold check is off, because I'm separating that. 31 milliseconds. When I saw people, wizards, using nodes, they got excited about 0.0001 milliseconds more speed on operation when first using nodes. I was like, who needs stuff like that? We soon run into stuff the bigger the node tree grows, at least if you're as inefficient as me. Oh, it scaled scaled away. Scaled away from me. We get the stats from it. Just trying to clean this up so it doesn't look so nasty. Okay. A little bit cleaner. And here. Split island index. I don't think I even need that. Nope. This one is create strand or create mesh shells. I'm doing a lot of this because I don't want to have to figure this out later. If I ever need to make changes, I want this to be as easy as possible to come back to. Otherwise, I kind of wasted my time. Make a very cool system, but if you can't actually figure out how you use it later, then did you actually make a good system? Clearly not a Spider-Man attitude. Oh. What's happening here? We are deleting edges, our horizontal edges. Lastly, we are, very importantly, We are reordering indices. Which I don't need to do anymore. I don't actually need to do that anymore. I'm going to leave it in because I mean, that's 41 milliseconds just for that. Yeah, no, we're going to cut that out. These are very slow, but there's a lot of geometry here, so 129 milliseconds for this whole enchilada. I'm going to rename this from split halls to create or mesh to mesh edges. Hello, bro. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How's your day going? We can cut this one down. That's really where we should focus our attention. Think about that. All right, another 20 minutes, and then we'll be out of here for lunch. The majority of the cost is here. Subdivide. Subdivide mesh is different than subdivision surface. I would assume subdivision surface is longer. There's not much I can do about that. I mean, you do 3 levels of subdivision, that's pretty slow. But you don't have to subdivide here. That's the key thing. That you do not have to subdivide GeoNode. You can always just subdivide your actual geometry more, which is definitely the preferable option. And then it's really fast. And then it's as fast as it can get. And as well, I have to keep reminding myself the um actually the hair tips are going the wrong way, I think. Sure looks like the softer edges are going inward and the harsher ones are up here. I need to flip that. Would you take it? Unreal Engine is powerful in 3D design. If you're asking if I think Unreal Engine is powerful, it definitely is. Definitely is. Not one I use because I don't. There's not a lot of VR games for Unreal Engine, VR social games. Code Nico just came out. Code Nicoverse. Um, that might be something I check out at some point. So I guess for the strand mount and the viewport, I want to say something like subdivide view first. Ooh, makes it kind of pointy at the end. Why is that? I think it's the clamping. Because we still get yeah, it's nice and pointy here. Why isn't it perfectly pointy? I guess I don't mind that. That's what actual hair looks like. It's got like a little curve at the bottom. I'm just surprised by it. Reset the curve. Maybe get rid of this curve. Yeah, it's not even doing anything, so um, clear what's going on there. Sort elements. I don't need that here. Need that. Mesh to curve is very long. I mean, it's not insane, but longer than I thought. Okay, I think pretty good. Hello, Jillian Rockenbach. Rockenbach? Welcome. We're making some geometry node stuff for hair. Making hair geometry node stuff. This is dope. Exactly what? So we're making, uh-oh. Why does it look like that? Exactly what I've been wanting to learn. Well, good. There's a lot to learn. It is a challenge, but it's good. Feel my brain getting bigger sometimes. Sometimes. We did just find an error. These are thinner inside, but we're making a hair system, so you can create geometry, make your hair, instead of hair grooms, which I dislike. And it should make it easier to bake. Have you tried to learn game development yourself? I can do a bit of programming. I can make some simple games and stuff. Probably be easier now that I've started learning at least just how to think in systems and stuff like that. I like it. I like it a lot. I like game development. I certainly follow a lot of game development, Twitter accounts and things like that. Why are these longer now? Game dev hype! It's still pointing the wrong way. Why is that? Now before I did have a map range. Here. Okay, that does help. All right. And then the reason we have to map the range is because of that. Wait, but I can just switch it to the root instead of tip. Root, vertex group. Then we can go back out. Here. There we go. We, including chatter, should try jamming sometime, like join Ludum Dares and such, not as a group per se, but just individually. I type this and then think to myself, time? I have none. Maybe there's a lot of Resonite creator jams. That might be a fun, like middle ground where you're not like feeling like you need to make like a huge game or a game. Or you could make a game, but you'd still be like, you know, there's a larger spectrum of what you could do for game dev in the Resonite space. Do you use simple mathematics and physics in your games, or have you learned enough? I've never ever thought to myself that I've learned enough. There's always more to learn. The learning never stops, for better or worse. And his hair does not get this thin. Does not get that thin. That's impossible. That's better. But I'm a dum-dum, so what do I know? You know everything. Everything. Anyone who thinks they learn enough doesn't know what they're talking about IMO. But I do think that vector math is vital to understanding things, to making things in 3D space. The vector math's really kind of the main one. Coding, obviously. For physics, you can really just kind of lean on your engine most of the time. If you're going to make physics, then I think you're going to be making a physics game. If physics aren't a concern, then you can just rely on what other people have made. Or if physics are not the main part of what you're doing, then I don't think you need to make it from scratch. A lot of times it's just like add weight to object or add rigid body. You're pretty much good to go after that. All right, we've got it down to 36 milliseconds. I think that's pretty good, especially for the real time. Which coding language? I've been drawn to Python, but it just depends on your engine. I think sorry. There's a lot of good languages out there. I think the argument could be made that you want to learn languages that give you access to a bit more low-level stuff. Because a lot of times you can kind of create problems in your performance by not really understanding how things get laggy or stuff like that. I know C# is similar to Udon. Yes, Udon is a wrapper for C#. So Udon's built on top of C#. If you do Udon sharp, then you'll have some very direct insight into C#. And for me, definitely that's what I'm familiar with. C#'s kind of what I started learning. Though Blender uses Python, so I've done a bit of that. But honestly, I rely pretty heavily on ChatGPT these days because I don't really have the time to learn, but I can get some good guesses in. C# is a good pick for some of the more popular game engines, so it helps when starting if you use those engines. Oops. What do we call this? Good, rough. Okay. Save it. After this, or after when we come back from lunch, because I'm going to be leaving for lunch and just pretty much right now, we'll come back. Ooh. We'll try to make a fun hairstyle from scratch for a character and bake it. I think the main question marks right now are making sure I have a good material example set up for people so they can kind of see how things work. But I'll be selling this product for my hair. Thank you, Sam. Absolutely, absolutely. But I just spew JavaScript into the world most of the time myself, so I'm a rebel. I'll be back. Thanks for streaming. Thank you, Jillian. Thank you for coming by. I will be here. I pretty much stream every weekday. This, not quite this is my full-time job. Usually I'm making VR chat avatars. And I'll be opening up some classes for making VR chat avatars in the next few days. So definitely keep an eye out. But thank you all for coming out, hanging with me this morning. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Thursday. Again, I'll be back very soon. I'm just going on lunch, getting some food in, getting the run in, and I'll be back in about 2 hours from now. So, which is 2 p.m. my time. Definitely looking forward to seeing you then. Thank you for hanging out. Hope everyone's having an amazing day. Much love to all of you. Anyway, enjoy lunch. Good stuff as usual. No Sam, not 5 more minutes. I'm tempted. You know, the geometry nodes really suck me in. The noodles wrap me up and pull me in. Sweet, I'll check that out. Enjoy. Same to you, Jillian. And everyone else that's lurking out there, thank you all for hanging out. See you very, very soon. Goodbye, everyone. Bye.